Yeah, yeah. Yeah, like sugar, extra sugar. Because then it's gonna make us I can put it in the I forgot a little bit. I have to do that. $3 a night. I know it's hard when it puzzle.
6:34, and I would like to welcome everyone to our boardroom this evening. I'm going to read out the agenda. A regular meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Alice Independent School District will be held at the Alice ISD Administration Building, Boardroom 2, Hyattsville, Alice, Texas 78332. This meeting is called to order, and now we're going to call roll. Present at today's meeting is Dr. Trevino, myself, the Board President Jennifer Barrera, the Vice President Mr. Herman Ariano. Not present is our Secretary, Mr. Ciro Zamora. Present is Trustee Adrian Peña, Trustee Ms. Debbie Guerra, Trustee Mr. Cody Reeves, and absent is Trustee Mr. Lee Ramon. At this time, we have a quorum. On to the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'd like Dr. Trevino to introduce the students.
Good evening. This afternoon, we have two second grade students from Science Elementary that will be leading us in the pledge. Or shower, I'm sorry. Is it Marisela Ontiveros? No, okay, then you need to introduce her. Ms. Orta, because I had a couple of different names.
Good evening, Board President and School Board, Dr. Trevino. I have two first grade students from Charlotte, and you can tell they're stuck on me. We have Mr. Gavin Gonzalez, parents Mr. and Mrs. Gonzalez, and then Cameron Galvan, parents Javier and Kimberly Galvan. Ready? Hand over your heart.
Ms. Orta, we also have science kids that are here.
Yeah, that's.
Double booked.
Oh, we're double perfect.
It's all right.
I do have the one from Science Elementary. Is this Marisela Ontiveros? Yes, Marisela is a daughter of Marcy Guerra and Carreri Stout. Kyrie, daughter of Lisa and Farewell Stout.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
You did amazing, thank you so much.
Good job. On to item number 4 of the agenda, recommend approving of the board meeting minutes for the board meeting on September 8th of 2025. Is there a motion at this time for approval?
I'll make a motion to approve board meeting September 8th, 2025.
We do have a motion by Mr. Peña. Is there a second?
I'll second.
And a second by Mr. Reeves. Now to vote. Mr. Ariano,
Aye.
Mr. Peña,
Aye.
Ms. Guerra. Aye. Mr. Reeves.
Aye.
Myself, aye. It passes. On to item number 5, the public comment. Audience participation at a board meeting is limited to the portion of the meeting designated to receive public comment in accordance with the board policy BED local. At all other times during the board meeting, the audience shall not enter into discussion or debate on matters being considered by the board unless requested by the presiding officer. If the speaker is a board resolution of a specific complaint, that concern should be addressed through the district's grievance policy. At regular board meetings, the board shall permit public comment, regardless of whether the topic is an item on the agenda posted with notice of the meeting. Public comment shall occur at the beginning of the meeting, and individuals who wish to participate during that portion of the meeting designated for public comment shall sign up with the presiding officer or designee before the meeting begins, as specified in the board procedures on public comment, and shall indicate on the agenda item or topic which they wish to address. Except as permitted by board policy, the local and the procedures on public comment and individual comments to the board shall not exceed 3 minutes per meeting, and when necessary for effective meeting management or to accommodate large numbers of individuals wishing to address the board, the presiding officer may adjust the public comment procedures in accordance with the local, including establishing an overall time limit for public comment and adjusting the time allowed to each speaker. However, no individual shall be given less than 1 minute to make comments. At this time, is there anyone who has signed up for public comment? No? Now for the superintendent's report, Dr. Trevino.
Yes, good afternoon, Madam President, members of the board. This afternoon, we start with recognitions. We'd like to start by recognizing one of our own, WAM student, Kayla Golinas, for outstanding artwork and being selected as this year's Athletic Booster Club theme shirt design winner. And now I invite Mr. Benya to the podium.
Dr. Trevino, fellow board members, ladies and gentlemen of the audience, thank you very much. As Dr. Trevino said, my name is Adrian Peña. I have the pleasure of not only serving on the board, but I also am the president of the Alice Coyote Booster Club. And it has been a long-standing tradition that we have a student of our district basically do some artwork that will go on a t-shirt for our Booster Club t-shirt that we then sell for profit, and then we give away the money at the end for scholarships, etc. We had a really tough decision this year, but we had a lot of great artists. And after a long and difficult decision, Kayla Golinas from WAMS was eventually our winner. And not only was she a great artist, but she now also gets a $100 gift certificate from the Booster Club. And in addition to that, she gets a free t-shirt. So I'd like Kayla to come up here. Is Pettis up here something? Pettis, can you come up here, please? So here's your gift certificate, and you have to do some work because in addition to that, you're going to help me give out some t-shirts. This is your shirt that you designed. We took a little liberty with your artwork, but this is what Kayla came up with. So in appreciation, we also have a t-shirt for Ms. Pettis. For our board members. So Mr. Lee Ramon is not here, so I will give that to. And this is for Sandra. Herman.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Debbie. Cito's not here today, so Cito. And Jennifer. Cody. Dr. Farino doesn't get it. No. There you go. And if y'all could please hold your shirts up and take a picture. One more picture.
Where's yours, sir?
Yeah, it's at home. And I do cotton. Oh, okay, all right.
Especially a photo op.
Yeah, the photo op. And in case y'all haven't seen these, it also has a roster in the back. Did you get everybody?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
You good?
Debbie, a little bit. I'll bet this one. Right there. I can see your face. 1, 2, 3.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Ms. Golinas, awesome job. continue that gift of drawing and sketching. I wish I had that gift because I don't. So next I invite Christina Wright to the podium to recognize our dyslexia teachers.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Trevino, and members of our audience. Thank you for the opportunity for allowing me to speak on behalf of Dr. Amanda Mendieta, our Director of Special Education, who was unable to be here this evening, but we are honored to share the great work happening in our district to support our students identified with dyslexia. October is Dyslexia Awareness Month, a time we dedicate to celebrating our students' strengths and recognize the dedication of our dyslexia teachers. Dyslexia is a language-based learning difference that affects how individuals process written and spoken language. Individuals with dyslexia simply learn in a different way. Students with dyslexia may face difficulties with reading fluency, decoding, spelling, and word recognition. However, with the right support and instruction, they can thrive both academically and creatively. Our dyslexia teachers use a targeted, research-based, multisensory approach that engages students' visual, auditory, and kinesthetic senses to strengthen reading skills and build confidence. Alice ISD currently has 8 dyslexia teachers, serving a total of 152 students throughout the district. We would like to recognize the following teachers here with us today for their dedication, compassion, and expertise in empowering students to overcome challenges, celebrate growth, and foster a lifelong love of learning. With us this evening is Miss Maria Trevino, William Adams Middle School. Mrs. Linda Valerio, Shallard Elementary. Mrs. Manuelita Perez, Science Elementary. And unable to make it this evening, Elda Salazar from Science Elementary. Martha Monahan, William Adams Middle School. Dr. Jilma Vincent, Alice High School. Miss Gracie Cantu, Noonan Elementary. And Miss Estella Lewis, Dubose Elementary. Thank you so much.
Keep sliding the chairs around.
Ladies, thank you all so much for not only working with the children who have a reading, problem perhaps, but the fact that you all motivate them intrinsically, that you all provide them that support where they start believing in themselves when they've struggled for a while in learning how to read. So I know that you go above and beyond. It's not just the basics of teaching them a program, but it's loving them and teaching them to love themselves. So thank you so much. And next, I invite Ms. Lori Ortha to the podium to recognize our amazing principals.
Good evening, Dr. Trevino, board members, and community members. October is designated as National Principals Month, a time to celebrate and honor the essential role of campus principals in shaping the success of students, staff, and school communities. This year's national theme, Elevating Principals, Transforming Schools, emphasizes the leadership role principals provide in fostering academic excellence, building positive school cultures, and supporting teachers and students alike. Tonight, we proudly recognize and extend our appreciation to Alice ISD principals for their tireless dedication, visionary leadership, and unwavering commitment to student achievement. Their daily work elevates the profession and transforms our schools into places where every student can thrive. At this time, we'd like to present each principal with a certificate of appreciation and a gift to say thank you for everything that you do. So we are going to begin with Alice High School Principal, Dr. Marissa Cabala. Next, we have Dr. Sidonio Cantu, Early College High School. Grace Bettis, William Adams Middle School. Jasmine Dominguez, DeVos Elementary Principal. Samira Massey, Noonan Elementary Principal. Lori Trafton, Signs Elementary Principal. And last but not least, Dr. Kimberly Galvan, Shallard Elementary.
Before they take their picture, I'd like to just publicly thank these amazing individuals that take care of 4,300 students. And they're responsible for them on a daily basis. We're on the outside, but they're on the inside every day, rolling up their sleeves and ensuring that the kids are safe and as well as academically moving in the right direction. You all are amazing. On behalf of the board and myself, we want to thank you because you don't hear it enough and you only sometimes hear the complaints of, staff, maybe students or community members, but at the end, you continue to smile and you continue to do what's right because you were put on this earth to make a difference in Alice ISD. I'm grateful to be working alongside each and every one of you as we continue to impact lives. You all are amazing.
Right there.
It's great working with you.
Thank you.
Please do join us for lunch and cake during our recess period as we continue to celebrate our principals.
Thank you, Ms. Yorka. We also celebrate custodial staff this month, so I'd like to call Mr. Mikey Ohosa to the podium.
Somebody before me?
It's okay, sir, you're next. Yep.
Hello, Madam President, Dr. Reno, board, audience, thank you for being here. I first want to recognize my custodial supervisor, Mr. Candido Cantu. I want to take a moment to sincerely thank you for your continued work, leadership, dedication, and taking care of the day-to-day operations for custodial. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here today. We've gathered to recognize a group of people whose work often behind the scenes and whose impact is front and center every single day. On October 2nd, 2025 was National Custodial Day. So today we honor our custodians. These individuals arrive early, stay late, make sure every room, hallway, office, restrooms clean, safe, and ready for us to do what we do best, whether that's learning, teaching, working, or serving. They are the silent backbone of our building, sometimes unnoticed, but always important. Custodians just don't clean, they care. They care that the floors are safe to walk on for our students. The classrooms are welcoming for our teachers. They care for the workspaces are healthy for all our staff, and they care about us day in and day out. Today, I want to thank our custodians and everything that you do, and we have a little certificate here for you to acknowledge your hard work. Thank you.
Thank you.
López.
Custodians ended up leaving due to the fact that there's some work to be done and they didn't want to prolong their time there at the school. So a couple of Miss Lucy and I know Miss Stella left early.
Good tiempo. Juan Sánchez. Verónica Madrigal. Es Carmen Enamorado. Mr. Gatito Mendoza. Dora Martínez. Mr. Martín Contreras. Michael Griggs. Mr. Ray Reina. Mildred Fields.
Good job.
Mr. Gilbert De Leon. Mr. Noe Perez. Ms. Esther Canales.
Sorry, bless you.
Ms. Annabelle Bueno. Thank you so much. Mrs. Nora Benavides. Cynthia Garcia. Thank you. Destiny Lopez.
El ladito de pena.
Mr. Jonathan Carpentier.
Ofelia. Los chaparritos enfrente. Sí, sigo las chaparritas. Los chaparritos. Más chaparritas. Mi tuyo, estoy
Silvia Bueno. Y parlamentarios. Brenda de la Fuente. Mr. Jesús Gutiérrez. Vamos, Brian. Miss Teresa Munguía. María Dalia Vela. Roberto Chávez. Mireya Chávez. Rosa Peña. We have Daniel Garcia.
I personally think, is it Leslie Garcia?
Yeah.
Leslie Garcia, she started today, so a certificate was not, hadn't created a certificate yet, but you'll be, you have a certificate tomorrow. I just want to close that your work has never been more vital than in recent years. Through health challenges, staffing shortages, and changing protocols, that y'all showed up day to day You kept our facilities running when everything seemed uncertain. And that's nothing more than short of heroic. So today, I say thank you, not just with words, but in recognition, respect, and genuine appreciation. And I thank you for everything that you do.
Thank you.
I'm gonna break the camera. 3, 1, 2, 3. Cheesecake.
Good job, guys.
Thank you. Smile.
That's her brother, called her brother.
Thank you.
We do appreciate our custodians tomorrow. They're the life of the party, and I know they make keep our schools in top-notch conditions, so like Michael said, so kids don't get sick. So now we're gonna go back to 6A4, which is recognition of coaches. It was also National Coaches Day, so I have my Coach Castellanos to the podium.
I got my school coach video.
Good evening, Dr. Trevino, board members, community of Alice. On October 6th of last week was National Coaches Day. If it was up to them, they would be National Coaches Day. It was a day dedicated to honoring and thanking coaches for their hard work, dedication, timeless hours of efforts, the positive impacts that they have on our student athletes here in Alice, both on and off the field. Coaches teach valuable life lessons beyond the sport that they coach, including teamwork, discipline, perseverance, sportsmanship, respect, time management, et cetera, et cetera. All this while ensuring that our athletes get a quality education in the classroom, and that they also represent the school with integrity and pride. So at this time, I'm proud to recognize all of our hardworking Alice ISD coaches who were probably real rowdy out there, but they're alive. At this time, I'd like to bring my assistant up, Coach George Beltran. Personally thank him for all of his hard work and dedication, to all of our student athletes, not only the girls, but to all of our student athletes and our coaches here at Alice ISD, for all your time and all your commitment to our kids and our coaches does not go unnoticed. So thank you for all your efforts.
Thank you.
This time, we'll introduce our coaches. We'll start out with Miss Noelia Luna, PE coach. Mr. Juan Rivadeneira. Mr. Devin Orta. Sorry, I told myself I'm gonna put the word coach in front of everyone. To make sure I emphasize the coaching part. Coach Adan Olivares. Coach Janet Munoz. Coach Laura Mora. Coach Yulissa Perez. Coach Mariah Mandel. Coach Abel Lopez. Coach Barry Lansdale. Coach Gil Garza. Coach Caitlin Garza. Coach Victor Garcia. Coach Katie Parks. Coach Arnold Garcia. Coach Cameron Cox. Coach Adan Canales. Coach George Beltran. Coach Alejandro Azocar. Coach Marisa Acosta. Coach Andre Willie. Coach Peter Raul Ruriel. Coach Tasha Valdez. Coach Pete Trevino. Coach Gonzi Trevino. Coach Mark Torres. Coach Leonard Tipton. Coach Jared Taylor. Coach Marilee Santos. Coach Lucas Almaraz. Coach Benito Barrera. Next. I'd like to finish off with, we all have titles as moms, dads, some of us even grandparents, uncles, aunts, but to me, there's no better title than a coach. We appreciate all your hard work and your efforts to all of our students here at Alice ISD. Congratulations.
Thank you. You can't stand it.
They're good.
There's no fault. Yeah, y'all come in.
Get in the guns.
Your cap.
Here we go. Okay, let's go. Ready, 1, 2, 3. More. Got it.
See you later.
I'd just like to say that if it wasn't for Coach Castellano, I don't know where I'd be. He's an amazing guy. He leads me the right way. He teaches me and he's very patient. So he's a great man.
Just need to teach them to fall. Roll.
Thank you, Coach. As goes the leader, goes the organization. So that organization of coaches are a reflection of you and your team. So thank you so much. Now we have Whataburger Feeding Student Success, and we're excited to make this announcement. So I invite Mr. Salazar up to the podium.
Good evening, board, Dr. Trevino and remaining guests. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to introduce this as a project. I know Dr. Trevino and myself work with Mr. Rosana Mendiola in the summer, and it goes side by side with our goals and our expectations. Before we go into recognizing them and their contribution, I'd like to explain a little bit of what you believe should be in your board packet, and that's the different items that they brought to the table. The Whataburger Feeding Student Success. Alice ISD again wants to recognize Whataburger for their support in their attendance, their support for attendance, academics, and the extracurricular via the Whataburger Feeding Student Success Initiative. So as part of the initiative is, the first one would be, forgot to click that one, is a Whataburger student attendance. What you see up there with the Alice High School, WAMs, and elementary. Each one of those is per semester. And that's the contribution that Whataburger will be giving per semester, and first semester and then the second semester, a total of $9,000 for attendance incentive. Each principal has that. They're using that money to make sure that they use it as fit to make sure that they bring the students to school. Whataburger understands that the attendance for every student is very important, so we're trying to, you want to call it a bribe, we bribe them a little bit, but to get them in here. And then there's other incentives involved. The next one, of course, if you have your students in attendance, you need to make sure you have your teachers in attendance. So we want to encourage our teachers and give them a little something, so that Whataburger also felt that Teachers needed an attendance incentive also to make sure that they made it. Alice High School, 800, WAM, 600, and all elementaries, $400 a semester with a total of $6,000 per year for attendance incentive. That's paid by. Also contributing, Whataburger had the library incentive. Elementary's AR reading improvements, $300 for every campus, a total of $1,800, $3,600 for the year. So they want to make sure the student foundation as far as reading is strong and stable with our goals as well. So they are contributing that to the libraries. Also on WAMs, instead of for the library, they gave spots of orange. That's their store that they're putting together, $600 worth of merchandise. And that's to develop or to foster a positive school climate at WAM. So anytime they see something positive happening, they'll let Ms. Perez know that something that's positive is happening, and they could go to the Spots of Orange store and make sure they find some gear. It is Whataburger related, but it's a lot of nice gear. Everybody's carrying the Whataburger gear or items. Then after that, we have probably one of their biggest goals as far as not only the district, but as well as Whataburger. They feel strongly the academic growth. It has to continue, and we have to foster that. So what they did is a long year goal based on their star benchmarks, whatever we end up deciding. But they are going to give awards, and at the end of whether it's March or April, they will give 6 different awards, and each one of those awards, first place, $3,600, second, 26, 21, 16, and even if you're in 6th place, they'll receive $800. But there has to be academic growth. They're holding everybody accountable, just like we're holding our principals. We celebrate them, but we hold them accountable, and no pressure. We do want academic growth. So each one of those, depending where they fall, will receive an award for academic growth. They can use it for student incentives, field trips, whatever they want to do to celebrate their kids for their growth. They can use it as fit. And last but not least, the Whataburger Star shirts. I know our elementary schools, they take pride in their colors. The Star shirts cost roughly around $5,400, and they will be, the schools or campuses can design their shirts, and then Whataburger will pick up the tab up to $5,400. And that's a grand total of all those different incentives for the year of $36,000. We had a little bit more Whataburger additional support. And I know that's something that they're going to recognize, but I want to recognize them for a couple of weeks ago. One of the incentives I saw at WAMS, I was there while Ms. Rosana and her team, Whataburger team, showed up. They brought all the different items. It was the burger bars at the elementary schools. They put their snacks, drinks, and everything in order, and they served also our students as well as our teachers. That's over $4,000, including snacks, drinks, and events, another $6,500. Student swag throughout the year, whether it's at football games throughout the year that they're contributing different things, $8,000. The football dinners, they support our team as well, and they contribute to that. Tournament costs, basketball, they put up the money for the trophies and the officials, which are very costly, at $6,500, as well as support with different meals for that basketball tournament. So they're able to help and host on that. So there's additional monies, and if you notice, it was a little over, probably over $50,000 that they contribute to the Alice ISD, which we want to thank Whataburger for their support and working with Alice ISD and helping us move toward the A district. So thank you, Whataburger, and we have a small gift for our board members and Dr.
Number 2.
A pretty big check you got. Thank you so much. Soon. I know. That's awesome. I had Whataburger today. We get it on principal? Everybody's gonna spend it.
Yeah, we did it overseas.
Fries on Friday.
Fries on Friday. Milkshakes on Monday. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Oh, so I saw the picture in the library, yeah. Saw the picture.
Thank you for being very supportive partners, Whataburger. We do appreciate it. And the fact that your goals are just as aligned to ours. So we appreciate you meeting with us and ensuring that the schools get a little extra. It means a lot to our community that we have such great partners. We're gonna have one more item, which is upcoming communication network, expanding superintendent communication series. So this idea came about after our last conference, right, the TASB conference, and going to some sessions on how we can continue to improve our communication with the various stakeholders in the community, which is our families, students, and the taxpayers. So we will be starting a superintendent series. So I don't know if in the next, we have our topics that we will be covering. And so we started with the Jim Wells County Fair. And we have I've interviewed some students and their parents. So they can just talk to us and share with us their experiences. So different topics throughout the year. So in November, we have mental health. In December, we'll talk to some GT students and teachers about their GT project. And then we have the character and service that they're going to be working on, CCMR, the Fine Arts Program, early registration, STAR Prep, and end of the year review. So those are the different topics and the people that we will be interviewing. We're excited to just hear from the community, hear from the students how Alice ISD is impacting their life. So it's really about just showcasing what they've been experiencing and how we can continue to help them. So it's like a conversation, very comfortable setting. The first one we did at Alice High School in their library, where it was in a sofa, so we were sitting down, relaxed, and just having a good conversation. So we're excited to put that out, I guess next week. And then we have a Taxpayer Tuesday. And so we want to invite members of the community to come here, what Alice ISD is investing their money in, and how we can continue to support the community to make it even better. So we didn't want to do it every month because it'd probably be like another meeting kind of thing, but every other month, just to have a conversation as well with the parents. So the first one is just a legislative update, just so they can hear about all the changes, because sometimes they hear bits and pieces of what's going on, but they don't know the complete story. So we want to start with that, and then do a facilities update. How are we spending their taxpayer money on the bond? So just give them an update on the stadium. And then the budget process, just explain to them how that works with human resource and the business office, how you all go about in putting out a budget that's balanced for the following year, and then talk to them about an end of year, and the summer plans that we have. So having 4 meetings throughout the year with our taxpayers to explain to them how we're putting their money to good use and building our students up in order for the community to continue just to get better. So we want to be transparent, and we want to be very available for any questions they may have. So this is new. I'm excited to continue to expand our processes and our thinking in order to get input from the community. So that's up and coming. So I wanted to share that with you all. And then we have our October academic update, and I invite Ms. Lynches up to the podium.
Good evening, Board President, members of the board, Dr. Trevino, members of the audience. We did hear earlier during recognitions that this is Dyslexia Awareness Month. October is also Down Syndrome Awareness Month. And this is when we honor the unique abilities and contributions of individuals with Down syndrome. So the intent is that together, we celebrate their strengths and promote inclusion, kindness, understanding, and opportunities for all. So we have two very important awareness month. Moving into instructional updates, Saturday, October 11th was our first AISD Saturday Academy. AISD stands for Additional Days School Year. This came into place through House Bill 3 in 2019, and it added half-day funding for school districts that add up to 30 additional days of instruction to the regular calendar in order to provide additional support for students. So we use 20 of those days in the summer for summer school, and then we have 6 more days that are built into the Saturdays throughout the school year. And this past Saturday, the Saturday Academy was attended by 202 students, with Noonan having the highest attendance at 48. And those 202 students were able to experience the benefits of hands-on learning and also small group instruction. We have another AISD Saturday coming up on November 8th, and we hope to see even more students then. At the State of the District, Dr. Trevino shared information about college, career, and military readiness CCMR outcomes bonuses. I wanted to also share the info publicly here as well, but include some background information regarding how the bonuses work. CCMR outcome bonuses were provided by House Bill 3, and the intent is to support the state's mission to prepare every child for success in college, career, or the military. However, the purpose of the outcome bonuses is to reward school systems not just for preparing students for college, career, or military, but for the students actually taking the next step in their career. The criteria then for earning an outcomes bonus is different from the criteria for earning a CCMR point for accountability. So the table here shows you the difference. These are the criteria for outcome bonuses. So for example, if you look at the column for college ready, if a student meets Texas Success Initiative criteria, they can earn a CCMR point. However, to be eligible for an outcome bonus, they would also have to enroll at an institute of higher education in the fall immediately following their high school graduation. Or if they earned an associate's degree, it counts for the same. So the outcome bonuses require sort of an added step. For the career readiness, a student can earn a CCMR bonus through industry-based certification or level 1 or 2 certificate. They would get their CCMR point for that part. However, in order to be eligible for the outcome bonus, they would also have to meet the TSI criteria. So they have 2 elements. Military readiness stays the same. So what it comes down to is not every CCMR point translates to outcome bonus eligibility. And basically what the outcome bonuses are is this is funds that the state only releases to districts with really additional proof that the district's preparation of students for college, career, and military is effective. So it requires that extra step. These bonuses are paid annually, although they are on a 2-year lag, for the accomplishments of graduates beyond a certain threshold. So it's also not every student who meets those criteria we just saw that earns a bonus. It has to go past a certain threshold. And the purpose of that threshold concept is to ensure equity across groups. So the state wants to make sure that all subgroups are getting the support that they need in order to have college, career, and military readiness. And looking at how the thresholds work and the bonuses that are assigned, if you look at this table, the top half is threshold.
And so, for example, if we look at the student group of students that are identified as economically disadvantaged, the threshold is 11%. So you would have to meet 11% of students from that student group meeting those outcome bonus criteria as we looked at just a minute ago. And it's not until you pass that 11% threshold that the bonuses start to kick in. And then when you look down to the bottom section, that same economically disadvantaged subgroup, once you go over the threshold per annual graduate, that would be $5,000. For non-economically disadvantaged students that are identified in that way, the threshold is 24%. If you pass that threshold of students who met those outcome bonus criteria, that's $3,000. For special education students, any students who are meeting that outcome bonus criteria are eligible. And it was, up until recently, $2,000, but beginning with the 2024 graduates, it is now $4,000. So what does that look like? This is our history with outcome bonuses since our 2021 annual graduates. So if we look at just the very first line of that first table that says 2021 annual graduates and kind of see how it works, the student group identified as economically disadvantaged, for that year's graduates, there were 175 in that group. The threshold, like we talked about a minute ago, is 11%. So that means that we needed 19 students to have met that threshold in order to start being eligible for bonuses. In that particular year with 2021 annual graduates, there were 12 who met that criteria, and so there were none that were above the threshold. And so there was no bonus eligibility, and so you can see it kind of went that way for that whole graduating group. In 2022 annual graduates, the bonus eligibility was $2,000. In 2023, for the 2023 annual graduates, that bonus eligibility did grow to $93,000. Then with our 2024 annual graduates, this is the school year that the strong initiative to support students in reaching college, career, and military readiness began. And so we'll look at this year as another example of kind of how it works. So if you follow that same group straight across for our 2024 annual graduates, of students identified as economically disadvantaged, there were 227. We have that same threshold of 11%. Again, needed 24 to meet that threshold, but there were actually 120 students from that group who met that higher CCMR outcome bonus criteria. So that means we had 96 students above the threshold, and then times the $5,000 for that category, that's where that $480,000 comes from. And then you can see that that actually totaled up to $589,000. That also was the year where House Bill 2 increased the special ed number to 4,000. So this is the first year that you have that. Now, as you look at 2025, I want to point out very clearly that that is an estimate because it lags 2 years. So the state is going to have to tell us which of those 2025 graduates actually enrolled this fall in an institute of higher ed. So that's why we have that lag. This number that we have here is an estimate, 1,013,000. That would be the maximum that we're dealing with. So the actual eligibility is pending on how many of the students actually, started an institute of higher education. To give you a little idea of how that might work, our estimate that we originally had for 24 was about 751,000. And then after we got those numbers, it came out to 589. So just to kind of give you an idea. The important thing to consider is as that bonus number rises, what it really is it's an indicator of the state's confidence in the effectiveness of the district's preparation of students for college, career, or military. And it's based on actual outcomes as our students graduate. To put it in a little bit broader context, this table is a comparison of Alice ISD from 2021 to 2024 as compared to state and as compared to our Region 2. And what is in regard to the vertical axis there, it's percent of the total accessed. So as I said, there's funds that are available that the state only releases if you meet these eligibility criteria. So what this is saying is what percent of the possible funds were accessed. The blue bars are the state over those 4 years from 21 to 24. There really wasn't much change in the numbers. The highest one is 16% of possible funds released. For Region 2, there was a little growth from 21 to 24. The maximum was a little less than state, which was 12% on average. You can see for Alice ISD at the end there that there was significant growth. And in 2024, there was actually 47% of the total potential accessed. 28-25 is not on here because it's still an estimate. So they won't have that information until later. Next, I'm just going to share a couple quick updates on a few of the targeted subject areas that we had for 25-26. So one of them was our 5th grade science, and we did bring in our consultant that worked with us for part of last year, Mr. Enrique Gonzalez, who is a master science teacher. And we loved the work that he did with the teachers last year, and we said we really need to bring him in at the beginning of the year this year and up what we're doing. So he was here, as I've mentioned before, for Summer Spark in July, and then also with our 5th grade science teachers for beginning of year professional development on August 6th. On September 12th, we had the first on-site support visit in Alice. And there'll be another one on the 21st, and then ongoing throughout the year. And what we did at these visits, we had collaborative peer observations. So the 5th grade science teachers actually got to go see each other in their classrooms in action and then get feedback from Mr. Gonzalez based on his experience. Then they also had the second half of the day a topic rollout of all the upcoming topics where they got instructional strategies and activities. And of course, this is in combination with the other support we had in district. The pictures on this screen and the next screen demonstrate some of the hands-on activities, the memory tools, and the instructional approaches that are being integrated into the classrooms. Another targeted area based on STAR results was 8th grade social studies. And so with 8th grade social studies, as mentioned in one of the earlier updates, we did bring in a master teacher who has had very strong success at both reading language arts and social studies, and we brought her in during Summer Spark. She provided great strategies to the teachers, and 8th grade social studies, teachers did request, they're like, we would love to see her in action in her classroom. And so on October 1st, the 8th grade social studies teachers, along with WAM's Dean Lori Lerma, and then Mia Campos as well, they went and got a chance to actually see her live. I had a different training I had to attend, and I was kind of disappointed because I heard amazing things, and I was like, I can't believe I missed that. The participants were really excited about what they saw and learned, and so we are actually bringing her in the way that we are doing with Mr. Gonzalez, and she will be coming for the first time on the 20th of this month, and we're going to do a similar process where they get a chance to do some peer observations and get some feedback from someone with the experience and really work with that. So we're excited about this. We did want to extend a little further into root causes as far as struggles in 8th grade social studies. And so therefore exploring some of the research that surrounds the link between literacy development and social studies, and looking at how cross-curricular connections can support both. In fact, it's been shown that more instructional time devoted to social studies is actually correlated with greater reading growth from 1st to 5th grade. And so in light of this, we have begun an RLA Social Studies Cross-Curricular Connections Initiative, which reaches back to the foundational learning in K-5. So the goals of the initiative are two. One is to improve quality and consistency of social studies instruction across K-5. And the second is to also still be supporting development and transfer of reading language arts skills at the same time. And this aligns really closely with the cross-curricular nature of our STAR assessments. The STAR assessments actually prioritize reading passages that reference topics students have learned in other classes like science and social studies. And it also aligns with our Amplify RLA curriculum, which emphasizes and embeds cross-curricular topics that are meant to help build background knowledge for students so that they can build their comprehension. So the way that we're trying to support this is that every 6 weeks, right before the 6 weeks starts, we are having a facilitated planning and support session. Each principal has identified one teacher from each grade level. And so those teachers, one per campus per grade level, are coming together, and kind of together we're planning the 6 weeks as they come and looking at how to create social studies lessons that are integrating RLA skills. So this is kind of new and something that we're working through sort of developing and creating, with the goal being to move away from kind of the old idea of, maybe taking from one subject to give to another as far as time, and instead looking at ways to support both at the same time and meet all the needs of our kids. Finally, we have a couple major assessments coming up. Our very first set of benchmarks, District Benchmark 1, is going to happen between October 27th and November 7th is when that window will close, so you can see the schedule there. And also that first week in November, we do have high school, our accelerated testers taking their ACT. So that accelerated tester group are those students who took and passed their algebra EOC in 8th grade, and therefore to meet federal requirements, they need to take either the ACT or SAT during high school for accountability. Any questions? Thank you.
And now moving on to student services with Ms. Vasquez to always talk to us about attendance and how it matters.
My favorite. Good evening, members of the board president, Dr. Trevino, members of the audience. I bring to you today the October update. We're going to start off with my favorite, our September campus attendance. So if you look at last year's compared to this school year's for September, you're going to see at Alice High School, we were at 92.11% last school year. This year at 92.59%. They had a 0.48% increase. For the middle school, we had 94.54% last school year, and this school year at 93.20%. They had a little decrease, 1.34%. And then at Noonan, they had last year 94.74%, this year at 95.70%, which was a 0.43% gain. Science 95.48% last year, this year 96.13%. They had a 0.65% gain. Charlotte Elementary 96.39% last school year, this year 96.64%, a 0.25% gain. And then at Dubose Elementary last year, a 95.24% attendance, and then this school year, 95.67%, which was a 0.43% gain. Moving on to our district attendance. So for September, for Alice ISD in 24-25, we ended at 94.23%, and at 25-26 for this school year, 94.30%. Now you will see that it is only a 0.0% gain, but even though our current attendance gains may appear incremental, it's important to recognize that last year we made nearly a 2% increase, and this school year's continued upward trend shows that we remain on the right path. There is sustained progress, even in small percentages, as I've shown you in the past slide. That confirms that our strategies that we have in place are effective and moving us toward our long-term attendance goals and to that A district. Next thing I want to share is our PEAMS preliminary fall student district data.
So this is what we submit to TA in December every school year. Our October fall snapshot is October 31st. Now on the 25-26, you're only gonna see preliminary numbers as of October the 8th. If we look at our ESL, you're gonna see that we had a gain from 108 last year to 145. We had 37 more students. This does include our monitored students. And then moving on to economically disadvantaged, which is our biggest. Last year, we were at 88.64%. Right now, we are sitting at 90.15%, which is a 1.5% increase. Do you know that this does affect our accountability ratings and state and federal reporting? Moving on to military, last year 119, this year we're at 132. We've gained 13 more students. Our foster care, 24 last year, we're at 30, we've gained 6. Our gifted and talented, we are at 164, we're at 199, that's 35 more students. And then our special education, 822 last year, and we're at 858. 36 more students, but we're still going with that.
And before you move on to, this is the pulse of the district, and so what we're reporting to TA, that's how we get funded. So we need to make sure that we code accurately in order for us to get the funding that we deserve in order for our kids to get all the resources that they need. So this is very, very important.
And Dr. Trevino is correct, because that is our foundation of our district demographic reporting. So coding is critical, so we always have to ensure that we have the correct coding to get the correct funding. So tomorrow night, I'll be hosting a parent awareness meeting. And this meeting is just to inform our parents about Skyward Family Access and how to monitor progress. This will give parents an opportunity to check on students' grades, discipline, anything they need to know about the students that they probably don't already know. And then some topics that we'll discuss will be legislative updates. It's kind of just to review and answer questions on the new cell phone policy, on the new health and counseling consent forms. And then the last 30 minutes of the meeting will be with ACE. They're going to do an interactive activity to help promote that involvement. And some things that we will have some sandwiches. So if y'all want to go out there, have a light snack. We're gonna have door prizes, some nice door prizes. So if you can make it out there, please make your way. It's gonna be fun, I promise.
And question about the Skyward, if I could just ask you. Do we have any idea of how many parents actually access and use Skyward to monitor their student progress?
That would be a good question to ask. But no, we do have a lot of parents that do call in. They have been calling in asking, hey, I see that my child just got an alert, they were tardy or they were absent, and how do I correct that? And a lot of the times we just tell them, contact the campus, because it does give you the alert.
Right.
When you get it on, but actually use
it. If you could do a survey, because I'm curious to know that, because I log myself out all the time and I have to, you know what I mean? And I try to monitor it, but looking at this, how you're trying to get parental involvement, me as a parent, I'm gonna tell myself, you know what, I'm gonna be looking a little bit more closely.
Yeah, what great thing about it is that if you have your email set up to it, which most of them do, you go to your settings and you can actually click on the things that you want to monitor.
Yes, and my kids will kind of get on it and show me, but I kind of want to know, how do we use it? Are there better ways that we could use it to be more effective, especially if you're gonna have this awareness meeting? And that's how I'm like, oh, I'm gonna go to see what I'm missing out because I'm not very tech savvy.
And there is a lot of parents like that, or some that just don't have a phone or cell phone, or not really, like you said, tech savvy.
Right,
I want to show them a way to, hey, let's show you how to get these alerts.
Last year at the parent conference, they had a session.
I did hold a session on that. I don't have a lot of parents, but they learned a lot of new things because they thought, I didn't know that I could do that with my Skyward. Instead of just saying, well, you have access, you can register, but what else can I do with it? So I can get you a survey. So this next thing, this week, we're excited to celebrate National School Lunch Week. Our food service team has gone above and beyond to make it special. In the spirit of the theme, Texas Taste Tour, your school lunch passport, they've created fun and flavorful menus for our students, like at the elementaries and secondaries, the Southwest Chicken Spinach Quesadilla. And on Friday at the secondary schools, they have the Doritos Walking Taco. So I guarantee it's not gonna be a Dorito walking. It's not alive, but they're gonna have fun eating that. And so, these creative meals, they were not only to bring excitement to the cafeteria, but they're also to help promote student participation in our nutrition programs. So kudos to Juan Salinas and his team. You go over and emphasize this, but they don't hungry. So we get a picture of that five. Okay, so moving on, we do have this week Texas Free College Application Week. That means 1 week of 0 fees, just for this week. It's for first year and transfer applicants. It's for all Texas public colleges and universities, and the kids must apply via Apply Texas. Now, Dr. Kabala, principal at high school, and Brenda Barrera, school counselor, have coordinated this week to ensure students take advantage of the no application fee. So through the students' government and economics class, students will be able to create and submit their applications through Apply Texas. Now, they are required to submit 5. If the senior is not enrolled in any of those classes, they can still report to 210, and they will be called out during their elective class. Now, the announcements were sent out through social media in the class of 2026 Google Classroom. Alice High School wants to take full advantage of the free application fee week to remove financial barriers and ensure every student has the opportunity to apply to college without hesitation. So when I talked to Dr. Kabala about this, she was like, oh, she was already in the role. She was ready to get these students. Today, she sent me some pictures, which I wish I would have put them up. We already had kids enrolling today, early this morning. And so, yeah, she had a good crowd.
If I could say something real quick.
Oh, of course.
So at about 8:35, our bell rings at 8:20, 8:35, I was going down the hallway. I popped into the college to career classroom, and the lab was filled with our students. They were behind the computers, and all of them were on Applied Texas. The 3 counselors in the room were circulating, helping our students, and then they had a sheet and they were writing down the colleges they were applying to. Then our English teachers are helping them with their essays, so it's a concerted effort with our counselors, our administration, and our teachers. So we're very excited about this opportunity for our students.
And last but not least, we do have Red Ribbon Week. Now, Red Ribbon Week is on October 23rd to the 31st, but here we're only going to be celebrating the 27th to the 31st since the 23rd and 24th are fair days and the kids won't be in school. So it'll be that last week in October. Now, just a little bit background, Red Ribbon Week began in 1985 in honor of DEA agent Enrique Kiki Camarena, who lost his life in the fight against drug trafficking. In response, communities across the nation began wearing red ribbons as a symbol of their commitment to a drug-free lifestyle. What started as a local movement quickly grew into the largest drug prevention campaign in the country, now recognized in schools nationwide as Red Ribbon Week. As you'll see up here, our campuses are each participating and celebrating Red Ribbon Week. Even Central Office has their own. To raise awareness, encourage healthy choices, and empower our students to commit to living drug-free. If you want to participate, you have a child in the school, if not, Central Office has some great stuff. I'll show them the jump. And we're not wearing jeans. That's all I have. Questions, comments, concerns? See you tomorrow night.
Thank you very much, Brianna. Any questions for Mr. Kim Kubala on safety? Or Melissa Sanchez on our revenues and expenditures? No, so now then I invite Tim from Weaver and Jacobs to come to the podium to give an update on the stadium.
Good evening, people of the audience, board members, Dr. Trevino, Tim Leinzer with Weaver and Jacobs, I'm the project manager for the stadium. Here to give y'all somewhat of an update of what's kind of going on out at the stadium. Give him a second to pull that up. Maybe not. Really hard on this. start here. Basically just a progress update for everybody here and for the board members. Let's move on to the first slide, which I've kind of explained last couple of meetings is, kind of our sequencing of the project. I have the picture flip-flop from the last time, which that's my mistake. But I'm gonna move on. This is just kind of an overview. You can see the football field. You can notice we have some Musco light poles have been installed. Those were erected early last week. I think the day of the parade, they erected those. We'll move on to this. This is the home side, which you can kind of give an overview of what's going on. Again, I have it flipped, but that pad that is north of the two in the middle, that is building A, B, and then C. As you can see, A, B, and C have been poured as of last Friday. Move on to that. This is another overview. Like I said, the picture was a little bit flip-flopped, so this is kind of plan view, north-south, east-west. We'll go to building A. The MEP underground obviously has been completed along with the structural footings. Foundation for this was poured a few weeks back. So now that's since been poured. Forms have been erected and building A's foundation is poured. Moving on to building B, which is the press box. This was poured last Friday. The pier drilling was completed, elevator pit with excavation and waterproofing was completed, MEP underground, the elevator pit, foundation, and then pier caps. As you can see on the photo to the right, that's ongoing. They started that today and they are erecting forms on the press box foundations. With the building C, same thing. MEP underground's done, structural footings have been completed, the foundation has been completed. So that's building A, B, and C. This is building D, which is the field house. The plumbing underground was completed last Friday. They did all their backfill over the weekend, and structural footings, grade beams, that sort of stuff has started today. So they're digging up grade beams, all that good stuff over their field house. We're expected to have this poured out by the end of the month. Probably last week of the month, and that one will be completed. Kind of want to go back to the press box, which I forgot to mention, but the structural steel for that should show up before the end of the month. If not early November, and then we'll actually start seeing some stuff go vertical, which will be pretty exciting. We gave you all a sneak peek with the Musco light poles and everything, so once we actually see steel going up, that'll be pretty exciting. That's my favorite part of a job is when steel actually goes up. But again, field house, we're trying to have that, and we're estimated to pour it into the month. So on and so forth. The visitors concession stand, as you can see, we're going A, B, C, D, and then now this is building E. Visitors concession stand, the electrical underground is complete. The plumbing underground started today. They moved over from building D to E. We're expected to have this tried to be poured out second week of November. So middle of November, we should be done with all foundations on the job, which is a pretty good milestone. Moving on to more site stuff that's going on. As you can see, we had the Musco light poles are up. They're 110 feet tall, which is pretty cool. On the home side, the visitor side is only 100 foot, which isn't that exciting, but the home side's a little taller. And then the AEP transformer pad has been poured. So that's with that. This is kind of just earthwork. As you can see, there's just a lot of dirt been moving around. Field event, the rough end's been done with that, just kind of rough grade. They are finishing bringing in native soil for the track. They should have that, pretty much wrapped up into this week with the track lime stabilization for the visitor side and field event. And so I'm gonna go all the way back over here to kind of explain this a little bit. That one. So on the left side, they'll start over there with the lime stabilize, which it'll be from where the building C foundation is, all of this coming down here and around here. You'll see some white liquid stuff going on with some fancy machinery and so that's another good milestone. And then as you can see, this was taken on Friday, or Thursday, excuse me. That's been topped out, this is topped out, and then they're all the way over here right now. And they should have this before the end of the week, but they're gonna start that lime stabilize. It just kind of figures, how deep they need to go, but they'll work from visitor side over that way to give them some time to get out of the way. So that's kind of earthwork. And then site utilities, as you can see, they had started the fire line, the 4-inch water line, the dry line, and then they just recently started the storm line, which is in front of the press box, and then also the underground data rough, which is a lot of underground stuff that needs to be put in. So that's site, and that's all I have for an update. If you'll have any questions, concerns, anything?
I noticed you have brought some
Yes.
sample colors. If you could just explain to people in the audience what that is.
Absolutely.
what's going with that.
I'm gonna have Jerry Lopez with TBK come up and explain some more of this stuff. I'm, contractor. I don't pick colors, and I like to tell people I like to tell people I'm colorblind, so I don't even know what the colors are. They just tell me the serial number. But essentially, which he's gonna pull up them on the board so y'all don't have to turn your neck. But over here to the left is the exterior color selections, and then this is the interior color selections. Let him pull that up.
Good evening, members of the board, board president, Dr. Trevino, and audience. So as Tim was saying, he's gonna pull it up, but the first slide you can see is the interior colors. It's a big file, so it might take a while.
While that's loading and Lee's not here.
You have to ask us.
Over here real quick. Right?
I like that.
Good.
We're good.
We're trying for it.
We're still trying to load. Okay, there we go. So we'll start on the left top. So these colors up here would be your paints, which is this entire section here. Now, the lighter grays, that'll be your kind of field color. And then we'll have, you can see it some of the renderings as we move forward, but you'll have some of that burnt orange just as an accent in certain areas. Either a portion of the wall or a stripe. And then the darker colors are your door frames and that. So you've got a little bit of that kind of dark gray, charcoal gray. That'll be at your kind of door frames, kind of like the way you see there, burnt orange. And then your base would be, I don't know if you can scroll it down a little bit. Yeah. So your base would be that dark kind of color down there, which would be like a charcoal gray. That's your rubber base, kind of like you're seeing there in the boardroom. The next over, that's some of your, I'm not sure if you can zoom out, but in this area here, these are your laminates. So your doors would be this top laminate color. And then these light gray colors are some laminates that happens inside the press box. So that's a laminate that will be in there. So the next over, you got your tiles. So these tiles here up here would be for your restroom at the press box. So you've got some tiles, they're all neutral colors, kind of grayish. You'll have that on your floor, and you'll have some of the lighter colors on your walls. Down here is your OVT, your resilient flooring. That is going to be in all your offices at the press box as well as the field house. And then next to that, well, those are the plastic chairs are for the exterior. So that's your flooring for your common areas, your press box, conference rooms, field house, all those kind of spaces in there. And the top right, you have your carpet. There'll be some areas that have offices also that have carpet. And yeah, that one there. And that'll be your carpet that you have at your press box as well. Some of the spaces up there have that carpet. And it's got a little bit of that burnt orange, and it's a really nice carpet, and we use it a lot. And then beneath that is, what am I looking at there?
That's the.
Oh, yeah, so at the entrance of the lobby, at the field house, we've got some nice ceiling, some fur downs. They've got that kind of that wood color to go with the entire scheme. So those right there are your interiors, kind of your neutral gray colors with some burnt orange that will be, put throughout the buildings. And we've got some renderings that we can move forward to the next, if you don't mind. So this is the exterior. We've got the charcoal gray, and that you can see it up on that board back there would be for the press box. And the field house will have that dark gray, and then we'll have that terracotta color, which is your burnt orange.
It looks a little red here, but it's more
Yeah.
burnt orange.
It's burnt orange. And then we're showing kind of the glass that we'll have at all the windows, all the storefronts, the glass that goes at the press box as well. On the right side, those are your block colors. We've got 3 colors, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, we've got that top one, which would be that kind of dark terracotta color. Yeah, and then the center is your kind of cream color, which is called island sand. That'll be at the buildings. You can see at that rendering down there. At the field house, you can see where those colors kind of come together with your metal panels and your CMU colors. That charcoal gray is only at the press box, and I don't think I've got a rendering of the press box, but it's just at the bottom of the main entrance of the press box, and it goes well with the charcoal gray panels. Now, the panels that you see up there, there's 3 different types of panels. Those will be throughout the buildings. We'll use several variations of those type of panels to kind of bring it together. It's going to be a very, very clean looking building. It's going to look really nice. We'll go to the next one. There's some renderings here. Now, the next meeting that we're going to have with the district, and then eventually come back and present to the board, will be the graphics themselves, like what type of images we want in this area per se. I think that's an actual image from here, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's the one.
Is it? Okay. So we'll say with the district and.
Because I think we had like what the old stadium looked like.
So they could be just generic images, that we can find, or there'd be actual images of the district during sports or whatever the case may be. But there you can see here you can see your wood panel for your doors, the dark frame, the rubber flooring, base, and then you can see your LVT and kind of your light colors on the walls. And then you can see where we're introducing that burnt orange throughout the spaces. Very, very subtle, but it's there. You'll see it. We don't want to, color everything orange, but you'll see it throughout each space. You'll have a little taste of it. I think the last one. This is kind of your overview of the stadium. You've seen this one before. I think right now we'll be talking a little briefly about the transportation area. Currently, we're showing it parking lot, and we've got a couple of slides to show you what we're currently pricing, and we're hoping to bring to the board next board meeting for recommendation. And that's your main entrance. But you can see where all those colors kind of come together. You've got your terracotta, you've got your cream color, you've got your charcoal gray. Down here was that wainscot there. That's just a little portion of that gray block that we're using, just in there. And on these buildings, you can barely see it, but at the very top, we'll have some metal panels as well on all those restroom buildings. Gives it a really, really nice finish.
Is the rest of it on the second meeting?
Yeah, so if we can move forward to transportation. Any questions on this? Well, here's another thing to point out is your grand entrance to the stadium. we were able to save money by lifting the building per se on the home side. And instead of hauling off some of the soil, keeping the soil there, building the pads up, which you can see as you drive by, you can see it. So that's gonna allow for this nice pretty entrance. You're gonna have stairs, ramps, railings to get you into the stadium. It's really, really nice. So I'm glad we were able to do that and by saving money to do it as well. So. Now I'm gonna real quickly just go over what we're proposing to bring to the board next month in a form of a change order. That's that transportation on the southeast corner. So what you see in red is everything that's in the parking lot. We're gonna rip all that out, all the utilities that go with it, all the way to the native soil beneath that existing parking lot. What you see in purple is the remaining structure that's there. All that will go away as well. Also, those diesel tanks will be either relocated or moved elsewhere. So that's kind of that whole area that's gonna be priced. If you go to the next slide. So what that gives us is now we've got a really nice entrance for the visitors. Everything you see in red is the additional parking. It's about 175 parking spaces that we're able to bring in. Yeah, it's this area here.
Okay.
It's kind of already on the face,
I got
on the first phase, but yeah. So we're adding 175 from what we already have under contract. And so some green area as well, light posts, parking lot posts, and a little plaza area here to get you into the visitors site. So now the visitors, originally it was gonna be on the east side off of Stadium Drive, which you really not gonna see driving by. And now you've got this nice entrance here as well for the visitors to get them into the stadium. And so hopefully they're currently pricing this, and hopefully we can bring this to the board for recommendation next board meeting. Any questions on that one?
Thank you. Thank you, Tim. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, Mr.
Thanks.
You can come up to the podium. But don't forget, I agree, even though Mr. Ramon isn't here, remember May.
Ms. Bella, Board President, Dr. Trevino, Superintendent of Schools, Board of Trustees, and distinguished guests. Thank you for allowing me to talk on behalf of our Fine Arts Department. I want to give you an update of what's happening in our fine arts. First, in our dance division, our Alice Trotter team went to a Bailando masterclass this past Friday, October 10th. And Bailando was pretty much as dancing in Spanish, Latin styles. They were able to attend a masterclass on Friday, and then on Saturday they went back and they were able to perform that evening at Texas A&M University in Corpus Christi. Had a wonderful time there, learned a lot of things. We were happy for those students and for Ms. Martin. In our choir division, we have an upcoming fall concert for our high school and William Adams Middle School choir. It'll happen on Monday, October the 20th at the Bryce Taylor Auditorium. And start time will be 6 p.m. on that. Next, in our mariachi division, our mariachi will be performing at for the Service Center Region 2 on Monday, October the 20th for the McKinney-Vento event. They will be receiving a stipend of $116, and it's going to be held at the El Camino restaurant on Chaparral, right there near the Service Center on October the 20th. They've also, Texas A&M University Corpus Christi has invited our El Coyote Mariachi to perform on Tuesday, October the 28th at 7:30 p.m. at their Performing Arts Center, and they will be performing alongside Mariachi de la Isla, which is the university's mariachi, and they were the only high school mariachi invited to perform alongside a college mariachi. So we're very happy that they're going to be attending that event with the students there at the college. In our theater arts division, Ms. Rackless has been working very hard for our fall play, Game of Tiaras, kind of a mix of Game of Thrones and Disney princesses. Opening night will be this Sunday, October the 19th at 2 p.m., with a second performance occurring right at 6 p.m. that evening. And then a third performance will occur next weekend, October the 26th on Sunday, with a 2 p.m. show and the final performance of Game of Tiaras at 6 p.m. And for our band division, our band has been preparing. This is a UIL Band Week across Texas. Everyone's going to contest on Saturday, vying for a spotted area. And in order to advance to area, each marching band has to earn a first division from the 3 judges. So they've been working very hard. We had a contest on October the 4th at GP, which our students took home first place in color guard, first place in drum major, and first place overall in 5A. This past weekend was our doubleheader weekend. We performed at 2 venues, first in Calallen, where they performed, where they earned 4th place at that contest, and finished up very strong in Robstown at the Crossroads Marching Festival, where they earned runner-up in color guard, first place in drum major, and first place in 5A. So they've been working very, very hard. For this week, they are going to perform at their UIL concert, at their UIL marching contest at GP this coming Saturday, the 18th, and performance time is 5:15. So we're looking for a wonderful performance from all our students. That is our fine arts update. Do I have any questions? As always, thank you all very much for all your support of all our students. We appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for Coach Castellano? If not, that concludes the superintendent's update.
Thank you, Dr. Trevino. On to item number 6.1, the recess, my favorite part of the meeting. The time is now 8:21, time for a short recess, therefore some cake.
Yes, cake for the principal. It's for everyone. It's in honor of the president.
It's 3 strawberry
That feels good.
Which is this one?
Oh, it's the carrot cake?
That's the carrot cake.
7, that's what it was. It was a random number. It was 7. Okay.
The time is now 8:33 and we're back from recess. Item number 7 on the agenda, the consent agenda. All items under the consent agenda are acted upon one motion. Upon the board member's request, and any item on the consent agenda shall be moved to the action portion of the regular agenda. Item 7A, recommend approval of the following donations to Alice ISD. 7A1, a donation by Delta Kappa Gamma Society and the High Chapter to the Alice High School CTE AFE Future Teachers Program in the amount of $200. Thank you to that organization for that donation. And item 7A, I'll let Dr. Trujillo.
Thank you. This was a very interesting donation. So when I first got the agenda item, I called Ms. Bettis because it was very specific. It was by Ramona Lee Christensen to WAMS for the English department in the amount of $1,900. So it was very specific. It was, I was curious. And so I called Ms. Bettis and I asked her about it. And so I'd like to invite her to the podium to share a letter that she received from Ms. Christensen because I thought, it deserved the time.
Good evening, board president and members of the board. So Dr. Trevino is right. I went to my desk and I had a little envelope there and it was addressed to me and I was like, well, what's this about? So I opened it up and all I saw was a check. And so I got really excited. And then I opened the card. So this donation is from Ramona Christensen. And so her letter read, Ms. Pena, but it's Bettis. My name is Ramona Christensen and I'm a retired educator. I began my career teaching 9th grade English at William Adams Junior High in 1974. I taught there from 1974 through 1978, and I would like to make this donation to be used in the English department at your campus for supplies. Please accept this donation, and I would like to do this in appreciation for all the hard work educators put in daily, weekly, and yearly. I don't want any special recognition for this contribution, but it was a very kind gesture. Please let your teachers know how much I appreciate what they do. Ms. Bettis, I would also like to personally thank you for your leadership and everything else that you do as a campus administrator. God bless you. I personally know how it is to be a principal. I was a principal at the middle school in Rivera. Sincerely, Ramona Christensen. So then I brought all my RLA teachers in, and we went over the letter, and they were all teary-eyed, and they're super excited to have these funds to support their students. And so we're looking at items to purchase with this money. So thank you, Ramona.
For someone who's still wanting to give back after 50 years of serving, and she remembered when she first started in 1974. I thought that was, very kind.
Thank you for sharing that. At this time, I would like to take a vote on the consent agenda unless there's any type of discussion or if anybody needs to move any items to the action items. Is there a motion at this time to approve the consent agenda on one?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Thank you. There's a motion by Mr. Ariano. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
And a second by Ms. Guerra. Any discussion? Time to vote. Mr. Ariano?
Aye.
Mr. Pena?
Aye.
Mrs. Guerra?
Aye.
Mr. Reeves?
Aye.
And myself, aye. Motion passes. On to item number 8, the action items. 8A, discussion, consideration, and approve resolution regarding Senate Bill 12 and parent rights.
I'd like to pull this item out after consultation with legal. We need more time to discuss this before the board takes action.
Okay, so at this time, we're going to remove this agenda item.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Trevino. On to item number 8B, discussion, consideration, and possible action to approve the MOU between Alice ISD and United Connections Counseling for counseling services to support students and families.
Thank you. For this particular item, we're recommending approval, but I'd like to invite Nicole Juarez from United Connections Counseling to explain the services that would be available to our families and our students at no cost to them. And we think it would be a great opportunity to take advantage of the services. So Ms. Juarez.
Good evening, folks in the audience, board members, Dr. Carrillo, thank you so much for having us here. My name is Nicole Juarez, and I am the Assistant Director with United Connections Counseling. And I just wanted to take a few moments to talk about something that does touch our lives, substance abuse. Whether we're directly affected or know someone who is, the reality that addiction exists and it doesn't discriminate. It affects families, communities, schools, and individuals, regardless of age, background, or walk of life. But the good news is that help is available. At United Connections, we believe in the power of change, the strength of community, and most importantly, the resilience of the human spirit. Our mission is to walk alongside those who are ready to take that courageous first step towards change. Substance abuse counseling isn't just about addressing the problem at hand. It's about creating a foundation for a brighter future. We help individuals reclaim their lives, rebuild relationships, and rediscover their sense of purpose. Since 2010, United Connections Counseling has built a team of dedicated, licensed counselors that are qualified to offer a personalized approach to treatment. With this particular Health and Human Services grant, we can expand our focus and provide substance use disorder counseling services to adolescents in our area, more specifically, Alice Independent School District. We are ready to partner with Alice Independent School District to deliver a wide range of direct counseling and psychoeducational services designed to support students and families. Our core counseling and support services will include comprehensive assessments and individualized treatment planning, individual and group counseling sessions, family counseling and support services, case management and coordination of care, recovery support for students re-entering school from a treatment program or a juvenile justice program. It will also include student education and skill building groups focused on anger management and conflict resolution, coping skills and stress and anxiety management, decision-making and problem-solving skills, relapse prevention and healthy lifestyle education, communication and peer relationship skills, life skills development, time management, responsibility, goal setting, etc., self-esteem and identity building, trauma-informed resilience, and emotional regulation. Working together, we can ensure that the students of your district receive appropriate support that reduces barriers, promotes well-being, and helps them focus on academic success.
So administration is recommending approval of this just because it is no cost to the district and it is outside help for families as well as students.
I have a question, Dr. Zavino. How long is the agreement going to be? Or
I believe we're looking at 5 years.
wow, okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. Have a motion?
Yeah.
By Mr. Ariano to approve the MOU between Alice ISD and United Connections Counseling for services to support students and families. Is there a second?
I'll second.
And a second by Mr. Reeves. Is there any discussion? Time to vote. Mr. Ariano?
Aye.
Mr. Peña?
Aye.
Ms. Guerra? Aye. Mr. Reeves?
Aye.
Myself, aye. The motion passes. Thank you. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
On to item 8C, discussion and consideration and possible action of resolution submitting nominations of candidates for the Jim Wells Appraisal District Board of Directors for the 2026-2027 year term.
Thank you. The nomination deadline for this is October the 15th. So Alice ISD would need to make nominations and then we would vote at the next board meeting. Alice ISD has 1,430 votes and it takes 833 to appoint. somebody, Mr. Adrian Peña has been serving in this capacity. So I don't know, what the board will decide, but in the past, the board has selected one of your own, and then you've given the rest of your votes to someone else. So we would need to know who you would like for us to put on the ballot, because that deadline is this week.
Thank you, Dr. Trevino. At this time, is there a motion to nominate a candidate?
Yeah, we'll make a motion to nominate, keep Adrian Peña on there and give him the votes needed, the 833 votes needed, and nominate Brent Starr and give him the remaining votes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ariano. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
And there's a second by Ms. Guerra. So is there any discussion?
I mean, we're just voting right now for the nomination, so we'll
nomination.
include both of them, and then the next one, then we'll do the votes.
Okay. So at this time, we have a motion and a second, and we're gonna vote on the nomination of the candidate, Mr. Adrian Peña, for the Jim Wells County Appraisal Board District Directors for the 2026-2027 year term. Mr.
And Bart's term.
Well, that would be item 8D. So can we vote?
No,
that's not 8D.
It's still
8C.
It's 8C.
No.
Okay, so it's 8C?
You
Oh,
just need
sorry,
to know who
okay,
you're
so
gonna
two of them,
nominate.
okay. So, time to vote. Mr. Ariano?
Aye.
Mr. Peña?
Aye.
Mr. Guerra? Aye. Mr. Reeves?
Aye.
And myself, aye. Okay, motion passes. To item 8D, discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding the designation of 10 non-business PIA HB 3033 days under the Public Information Act for the calendar year 2026.
Thank you, and in order to comply with House Bill 3033, any public school district in the state needs to identify 10 business days that we will technically be closed as people are submitting a public information request. So with the dates identified being March the 10th, July 8th through the 10th, November 23rd through the 25th, and December 21st through the 23rd, would give us enough time, if they did put in open records requests, that we would have time when we came back to fulfill those obligations.
It's March 13th.
Oh, is it March 13th?
Yeah, I think you said March 10th.
I said March 10th. Okay, so my bad. If that's what the paper says, it's
Yes.
March 13th. So March 13th, July 8th through the 10th, November 23rd through the 25th, and December 21st through the 23rd of 2026. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Dr. Trevino. At this time, do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve as read.
Thank you. We have a motion by Mr. Peña for the approval to identify the Public Information Act calendar year for 2026. Is there a second?
I'll second.
And a second by Mr. Reeves. Is there any discussion? Time to vote. Mr. Ariano?
Aye.
Mr. Peña?
Aye.
Mrs. Guerra? Aye. Mr. Reeves?
Aye.
And myself, aye. Motion passes. Thank you. On to item number 8E, discussion, consideration, and possible action for contracted orientation and mobility services between the Alice Independent School District and service provider Eva Gardu. Dr. Trevino?
We don't have as many students that need this service, nevertheless, the business office has informed Dr. Mendieta that we do need board approval in the event that we get more students needing these services. Nonetheless, the services will not exceed 50,000, but last year, because of the number of students we had, it got pretty close. So we want to make sure that our students get the services for mobility needed in order to meet their IEPs. So we request approval.
Your motion at this time?
I'll make a motion to approve 8E for the contracted orientation and mobility services between AISD and service provider Irma Cantu.
Thank you. We have a motion by Mr. Peña. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
The second by Mrs. Guerra. Is there any discussion? Mr. Ariano?
Aye.
Mr. Peña?
Aye.
Mrs. Guerra?
Aye.
Mr. Reeves?
Aye.
Myself, aye. Motion passes. On to item 8F, discussion and consideration of possible action for contracted vision services between Alice Independent School District and the service provider, Irma Cantu.
We fall under the same kind of category. We do have our students that require vision services. They do go to Corpus nonetheless. Last year, we did need to provide additional support through Ms. Cantu. And because again, it got close to the 50,000 marker, business office has recommended that we go to board for approval. And so we are requesting to approve this in order for us to comply with the students' IEPs.
Thank you, Dr. Trevino. At this time, do we have a motion for approval?
I make a motion that we approve the contracted vision services between AISD and the service provider, Irma Cantu.
Thank you. We have a motion by Mrs. Guerra. Is there a second?
I'll second.
And a second by Mr. Peña. Is there any discussion? At this time, we'll take the vote. Mr. Ariana?
Aye.
Mr. Peña?
Aye.
Mrs. Guerra?
Aye.
Mr. Reeves?
Aye.
And myself, aye. Motion passes. Thank you. On to item 8G, discussion and consideration of possible action to solicit requests for RFQs, qualifications for legal counsel.
As we reviewed the agenda items, Ms. Barrera and myself, in order for us to be consistent with how we've been practicing with other vendors per se, it was recommended that we solicit requests for qualifications for legal counsel.
And if I could just add to that, this is something that I believe personally as a board member, and I also think that each one of us here in this room wants to be transparent and we want to do what's best for our district in having competitive people come submit their names. We've done that with the insurance, we've done that with the bank. We're happy with our legal services, but it's just something that we will need to do to be more open and transparent for the community, because that in the end is what's best for the district. And I believe our contract has expired, and so that's why we're doing it for that. That's the only reason why we're opening it up.
Well, it's a retainer agreement. You just renew it every year. You don't have to have that.
When was the last time we went out to bid for this service? If we went out to bid? Was there a formal RFP for this?
It's been a while.
No, because you guys had the other guy, and you were using our services and his services.
At the same time?
Uh-huh.
And
He had had a contract for years, and you just used our retainer agreement for construction, I think for bond, although you didn't use us this time for the bond. And then you guys just started using me more frequently. So I don't think I have no idea.
Done it. As far as I know.
Sandra, I asked Sandra. and it's been-
1983, apparently. But it's because you don't have to. I mean,
Right, we don't have to.
You don't
It's
have
just
to.
something that-
You use who you'd like to use.
Okay.
It's not like a procurement process like your other things that you have to do. Because it's a professional service, so under the code, you know this. Adrian's like, yes, I know.
Does anyone have any questions or discussions? I mean, for me, we don't have to actually go out for it. We can continue to stick with our current legal counsel. We just decided to put it on the agenda because that's what we've done with the insurance, the banks, just to be clear with everything. And if it hasn't been considered since 1983, well, geez, I was 3 years old. So.
Thanks, Jen.
You know, it's something that.
You had to throw that in.
Right.
I'm comfortable with what we have right now. I'm not.
Or we could vote and you could say nay, that we're not going to go out for RFQs. I think
Just need a
that's the
motion.
proper way.
Well, RFQ is just simply just obtaining qualifications from different firms, doesn't mean you're gonna switch.
Right.
You're just gonna read what they're gonna bring to the table. I assume they bring in their pricing per hour, et cetera? Or whatever.
we put on.
Whatever we put as far as the RFQ, but, I mean, we've been under, Walsh Guyot Services since I've been on the board. No, I believe it was Mr. Erb.
You had Mr. Irk
We had
forever
him for a
before
long
I
time.
got here. He was your general counsel and you had him on a monthly agreement. I'm not sure what all he did for you.
So is there no motion?
I'll make a motion to approve, or consider a request for RFQs for legal counsel.
We have a motion by Mr. Benya. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
And a second by Ms. Guerra. Does anyone have any questions or is there any discussion?
When will we initiate the RFQ? As of what date? Do we know?
We would have to submit it to the
I'm sorry?
newspaper.
Yeah, we take
So,
And it'll be open for how long?
2 weeks.
2 weeks. I mean, we could have it where if you all approve, then we could start that process, post, and hopefully maybe give people 2 weeks to submit, because that's what they would have. So maybe by November, just like when the banks came and we gave them so many minutes to present, and then you all can at that point.
And then after the RFQ, then you decide what you want to do as far as staying with.
You all would decide that.
That's what I'm saying.
Are you including bond counsel? Parker, McCall Parkhurst?
What does the agenda item specifically say?
It just says legal counsel.
Okay, so now you're back to, are you including every single counsel that we use for every single piece of business? Or are you
Yeah,
just
because you have a
talking
different
about-
special ed counsel and you've had him for 100 years.
So I think this is just for general counsel, because if we have a different special ed counsel, we're probably under an existing contract with that firm, the same.
You
for the
wouldn't be
bond.
under a counsel, you wouldn't be under, there's no, it's a professional service. You can terminate whenever you want, you can keep going, you don't have to call them, you can call them. They're all legal counsel contracts are set up the same. They're at your discretion. So like, you don't have to call me, you can still have the retainer agreement with us and you can never use me. You just pay the $1,000 a year for that. And you can call whomever you want. You don't have to, I mean, they're not like they have a date certain that you have to renew them by or that you end them by.
Well, I mean, but is it, the way it's written, is it basically saying that we're going out for RFQs for every single legal counsel that we use at the district, or just for board counsel?
I think it was understood it was gonna be just for board, because that's the agreement that came in from Walsh Gallegos. But like Jenny said, those are like every 30 days, you can kind of just tell them, sorry, we don't need your services anymore. The gentleman that does special ed, which they just use them when they need to.
We've never submitted any type of, we do that as a courtesy to you all to let you see our retainer agreement.
So we have a motion and a
A
second. So we need
motion
to
and a
vote.
second. So, Mr. Ariano,
Nay.
Mr. Benya,
Aye.
Ms. Guerra? Aye. Mr. Reeves?
Nay.
And myself? Nay. Does not pass. On to item number 9 on the agenda. For executive meeting or session called in accordance with the following provisions set forth in the Texas Government Code, 9A, Texas Government Code, Section 551.074, Personnel Matters. 9A1, Presentation and discussion of new hires. 9A2, Presentation and discussion of retirement. 9A3, Presentation and discussion of resignation. 9A4, Personnel update regarding investigations. 9A5, pursuant to Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, consultation with attorney regarding legal issues involved in litigation, former employees. And item 10, the Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, legal matters, board attorney advice, and 551.074, personnel. The time is now 8:58 p.m. and this meeting is adjourned. Is it recess for, I'm sorry, is it recess for executive session? Oh, and then I forgot, I think I need to say the date right, under the, yes.
And that no action will be taken in closed session. You have to
Yes.
say that language too.
And for new laws in effect, in case you didn't know, it's still Monday, October 13th, 2025. And we are not going to
No action will be taken in closed session.
take any action during closed session. Yeah.
Except Tuesday.
All of this stuff.
How is it gonna be a different day, but I guess if they stay
If you
at
go into,
midnight.
if you stay.
As they go long, like I would do AISD meetings that would go till 2:30 in the morning. Yes.
I didn't know that.
Oh. Yeah, 2 in the morning, we would walk out of these meetings, and so then your minutes are all jacked up because half of the meeting took place on one day and half took place on the other. Or you have the ones that will recess and reconvene like 10 o'clock in the morning to finish, but you can't do any more of that to finish what they didn't finish the night before.
I was today.
Oh, I mean.
The time is now 10:33 and it's still Monday, October 13th, 2025. The board is back from executive session and we're now on agenda item 11 where we're going to reconvene and take action on any necessary items discussed and closed for executive session. Item 12, announcements and action items. 12A, consideration and possible action regarding new hires, that was information only. 12B, consideration and possible action regarding retirements, that's information only. 12C, consideration and possible action regarding resignations, that's,
Yeah, there's one. I want to make a motion to accept the resignation of Victor Lopez.
Thank you. We have a motion by Mr. Ariano. Is there a second?
I'll second.
And a second by Mr. Reeves. Is there any discussion? Okay, time to vote. Mr. Ariano?
Aye.
Mr. Peña?
Aye.
Mrs. Guerra?
Aye.
Mr. Reeves?
Aye.
And myself, aye. It passes. Item 12D, discussion of possible action regarding ongoing investigations. That was informational item only. 12E, discussion of possible action regarding threatened litigation from former employee. That was information item only. And item 13, adjourn. The time is now 10:35 PM and this meeting is adjourned. Thank you and everyone have a good day. So let's go quickly the brownies and the cupcakes. I'm like,